Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The shadows crept through the ancient halls of Kazdumar like a plague, extinguishing the eternal flames in their gilded sconces one by one. Deep within the mountain stronghold, Princess Thorina Ironhammer felt each light's death as a physical pain, a coldness spreading through her chest. The great dwarven city, carved from living granite over thousands of years, its vast chambers supported by columns thick as ancient trees and adorned with veins of precious metals, was falling to darkness for the first time in its storied history. From her position atop the sentinel spire, Thorina watched the shadowy host encircle the mountain's base. Their spectral banners, woven from mist and malice, fluttered without wind. At their center rode Lord Malhazar, once a great human king, now a spectral horror bound to neither life nor death. His armor, forged from the nightmares of dying men, absorbed all light that dared touch it. "They seek the eternal brazier," came a gravelly voice behind her. Thorina didn't turn, recognizing the somber tones of Grandmaster Thrain, her father's most trusted advisor. The ancient dwarf's beard, once fiery red, had faded to steel grey, hanging to his waist and adorned with rune-etched beads commemorating battles won and oaths fulfilled. "Let them try," she replied, her hand instinctively grasping the warhammer at her belt, Mountain Heart, an heirloom that had split the skulls of dragons and giants alike. "The sacred vault has withstood 100 sieges. None like this," Thrain cautioned, moving to stand beside her. The ancient dwarf's eyes, sharp as cut diamonds, surveyed the gathering darkness. "Malhazar doesn't seek to break our walls with steel and stone. His shadows seep through cracks too small to see, poisoning minds with whispers of surrender." Thorina's jaw tightened beneath her auburn beard, which she had braided with golden threads in the traditional style of royal warriors. "Then we shall plug every crack, from the highest spire to the deepest mine." "Even the crack in the king's resolve?" Thrain asked quietly. The question hung between them like a drawn blade. King Thorgrim Ironhammer, her father, legendary warrior and master smith, had not emerged from his chambers in 3 days, not since the shadows had first appeared on the horizon. The court whispered of madness, of a sickness of the mind that left the mighty king mumbling to himself in darkened rooms. "My father will recover," Thorina insisted, turning from the battlement. "Until then, I shall lead our defense. The Council of Elders may not follow a princess who has spent more time in the forges than the throne room," Thrain warned, "especially one who has repeatedly refused the crown." Thorina's eyes flashed like struck steel. "Then I shall make them follow." The council chamber, hewn from a single massive piece of granite and illuminated by chandeliers of glowing crystal, fell silent as Thorina entered. 7 ancient dwarves sat at the crescent-shaped table, their beards so long they pooled upon the stone floor. Before them stood a figure who made Thorina's blood freeze, Vexus the Exile, his dark robes marking him as one of the few dwarven mages, a rarity among a people who preferred steel to spells. "What is this traitor doing in our halls?" she demanded, hand moving to her hammer. "Princess!" Elder Grimir rose, his voice placating. "The council has granted Vexus temporary sanctuary in exchange for his knowledge of our enemy. His knowledge, Thorina spat. This oathbreaker sold our secrets to the mountain trolls of Cragdawn. 3 settlements fell because of his treachery. Vexus turned, his face a maze of ritual scars that marked his arcane devotions. Unlike most dwarves, he kept his beard short and his head shaved, revealing more runic tattoos that spiraled across his scalp and disappeared beneath his collar. "I sold nothing," he replied, his voice surprisingly soft for one accused of such betrayal. "I was framed by those who wished to silence what I had discovered in the ancient archives." "Convenient words from a silver tongue," Thorina countered, addressing the council rather than the mage. "Whatever knowledge he offers comes with a hidden price." Elder Grimmier sighed heavily. "Princess, the shadows have penetrated the 3rd level. The Eternal Guard falls back hour by hour. We need every advantage, even from questionable sources." "Tell her what you told us, Vexus," commanded Elder Kazina, the only female among the council, her beard braided with iron rings denoting her lineage to the mountain's first settlers. The mage's eyes, unnaturally violet, a mark of his arcane practices, fixed on Thorina. "Malhazar seeks the eternal brazier not merely to resurrect his fallen army, as most believe. The artifact holds a deeper power, one tied to the very soul of Khaz-Dumar and the bloodline of its rulers." Despite herself, Thorina felt a chill at his words. The eternal brazier was their people's most sacred relic, a vessel of living flame said to contain the first fire ever kindled by dwarven hands, passed down from the great ancestor Khazad himself. "The brazier's flame doesn't merely resurrect," Vexus continued. "It transforms. In the hands of its rightful keeper, it strengthens and purifies. But in the wrong hands, it corrupts absolutely, turning its wielder into a tyrant with powers beyond mortal reckoning. These are children's tales," scoffed Elder Derner, the most conservative of the council. "The brazier is a symbol of our heritage, nothing more." "Is it?" Vexus challenged. "Then why has King Thorgrim locked himself away since the shadows appeared? Why does he speak to voices none other can hear?" A murmur rippled through the council as Thorina stepped forward. "Explain yourself, mage, before I separate your head from your shoulders." "Your father is not mad, princess," Vexus said quietly. "He is possessed." "The shadows didn't begin at our borders. They started in the heart of Khaz-Dumar, in the mind of the one who has coveted the brazier's power for decades." All eyes turned to Grandmaster Thrain, who had entered silently behind Thorina. The ancient dwarf's expression remained impassive, but something flickered in the depths of his eyes, something cold and ancient and hungry. "Treasonous accusations," Thrain said evenly. "Odur from a proven traitor, no less. Not treasonous," Vexus countered, "historical. I discovered the truth in texts thought lost for centuries. Thrain is not who he claims to be. He is Durgar Soul Thief, last of the Dark Smiths, who forged pacts with shadow entities when our people still dwelled in the eastern ranges. He has served as advisor to 3 generations of kings, always guiding, always waiting." "For what?" Thorina demanded, her certainty wavering as she recalled subtle inconsistencies in Thrain's behavior over the years. "For the prophecy to ripen," Vexus explained. "And it was foretold that when the reluctant heir takes up the mantle of leadership, the brazier's full potential shall be unlocked. You, princess, the warrior who has refused the crown countless times, are the key he has waited centuries to turn." In the silence that followed, Thorina sensed rather than saw Thrain's movement. The ancient dwarf's hand darted beneath his robes, emerging with a crystalline dagger that glinted with unholy light. Before anyone could react, he plunged it into Elder Grimir's neck, releasing a cloud of shadow that engulfed the council table. "The time for pretense is past," Thrain's voice echoed strangely, as if multiple voices spoke in unison. His eyes now glowed with the same spectral energy that fueled Malhazar's army. "Our Lord Malhazar is but my puppet, a distraction while I complete what was begun centuries ago." The shadows around him solidified into writhing tentacles that lashed out at the remaining council members. Thorina's warhammer intercepted one such attack, the enchanted metal dispersing the darkness with a sound like thunder. Vexus conjured shields of azure flame that protected the others, his tattooed skin glowing with arcane energy. "The vault!" Thorina shouted, realization dawning. "He means to claim the brazier while we're distracted." Together, she and Vexus fought their way through the shadow-corrupted corridors of Kazdumar, past royal guards whose eyes now glowed with the same spectral light as Thrain's. Deeper they descended, through hidden passages known only to the royal bloodline, until they reached the sacred vault, a chamber whose walls were embedded with runes of protection older than the kingdom itself. The massive doors stood open, their legendary locks shattered. Inside, King Thorgrim knelt before the eternal brazier, a vessel of ancient gold and true silver that contained a flame the color of dawn. Behind him loomed Thrain, or rather the entity that had worn Thrain's form for generations. The disguise was slipping now, revealing glimpses of something tall and gaunt, with too many joints and eyes like wells of darkness. "Father," Thorina called, raising Mountain Heart. The king turned, his face haggard, but his eyes clear for the first time in days. "Daughter," he gasped. "The flame speaks truth, shows visions. Thrain has always been the darkness behind our throne." Silence. The creature that had been Thrain lashed out with tendrils of shadow that wrapped around the king's throat. The prophecy culminates tonight. The reluctant heir shall witness her father's death, take up the crown in grief and rage, and then, in her moment of greatest vulnerability, I shall claim both her and the brazier's power. "You understand nothing of our prophecies," Vexus declared, stepping forward. The runes on his skin blazed like stars as he spoke words in an ancient dialect even Thorina barely recognized, the secret language of dwarven mages. The reluctant heir is not destined to be corrupted, but to be the brazier's true guardian. With a gesture of defiance, he tore open his robes, revealing his chest where a final rune glowed brightest of all, the mark of the royal house of Ironhammer. "You're of royal blood," Thorina whispered, understanding dawning. "A cousin from the eastern branch. Exiled for discovering truths too dangerous to be spoken," Vexus confirmed, "but never disloyal." The revelation came too late for the creature masquerading as Thrain. With inhuman speed, it lunged for the brazier, clawed hands closing around the ancient vessel. The eternal flame roared in response, surging upward to engulf the imposter. Shadow and fire battled for supremacy as the chamber shook with the force of their conflict. In that moment of chaos, Thorina acted. With a mighty swing, Mountain Heart struck the creature's midsection, dispersing its shadowy form like mist before a gale. King Thorgrim, freed from its grasp, crawled toward the brazier, which had fallen to the stone floor, its flame guttering dangerously. "Together," the king commanded, his voice weak but resolute. The bloodline united in purpose. Understanding, Thorina and Vexus knelt beside him, each placing a hand upon the ancient vessel. The flame responded immediately, rising and expanding, its color shifting from gold to a blue so pure it brought tears to their eyes. The prophecy spoke not of one reluctant heir, Vexus explained as the flame's power flowed through them, but two, the warrior who shunned the crown and the mage who shunned the court. Only together could we unlock the brazier's true purpose. From the vessel, the purified flame erupted outward, racing through the corridors and chambers of Kazdumar. Wherever it touched, shadows retreated, and those under Thrain's influence were freed. The blue fire climbed the mountain's slopes like a living thing, enveloping Malhazar's spectral army in its cleansing embrace. By dawn, the shadow host was no more. Lord Malhazar, without the dark entity's power sustaining his undead form, crumbled to dust upon the plains. Throughout Kazdumar, dwarves emerged from their barricaded homes to find the eternal flames in their sconces, burning with a new intensity. A blue-gold radiance that promised protection for generations to come. In the sacred vault, King Thorgrim looked upon his daughter and his newfound kinsman with pride. "The brazier has chosen its guardians," he proclaimed. "Not one ruler, but 3 protectors. The crown shall no longer pass to a single heir, but shall be guarded by a triumvirate, wisdom, strength, and magic in balance." Thorina Ironhammer gazed into the depths of the eternal brazier, where visions of possible futures danced within the flame. For the first time in her life, the burden of leadership felt not like a chain, but like a shield, something to protect her people rather than constrain her spirit. "So be it," she declared, placing her hand upon the vessel once more. "We shall guard the flame, as the flame guards us, from this day until the mountain crumbles." And in the heart of Kazdumar, the ancestral flame burned eternal, brighter than it had in 1,000 years. Story 2. The ancient barrier shimmered like gossamer in the moonlight, its once vibrant azure now faded to the palest blue. Threads of magic, visible only to elven eyes, frayed and snapped along its vast circumference. Each broken strand released a sorrowful note, a melody of ending that resonated through the forest of Luminia. The elves gathered at the edge of their realm, faces illuminated by the soft glow of lumen blossoms that carpeted the forest floor. Their expressions a mixture of fear and disbelief. For 7,000 years, the veil of serenity had protected their kingdom from the horrors of the Shadowlands beyond. Now it was failing. Ilarian Starwhisper stood apart from the others, his slender frame half hidden behind an ancient silverwood tree. Unlike the other elves, whose hair shimmered with the colors of autumn leaves or summer skies, his was the stark white of winter frost, the mark of guardian lineage. Yet it was a cruel jest of fate, for though he carried the blood of the legendary guardians of Luminia in his veins, not a spark of their legendary power flowed through him. "It grows worse," came a voice beside him. Thalia Dawnfire, daughter of the Elven High Council's leader, approached with silent steps. Her amber eyes reflected the dying barrier. "Father says it will collapse entirely within a fortnight." Ilarian's jaw tightened. "And what does the Great Council propose we do?" "They debate whether to abandon the outer settlements and retreat to the Crystal Spire," she replied, naming the ancient fortress at the heart of the Elven realm. "Nor to send emissaries to the human kingdoms seeking alliance." A bitter laugh escaped him. "Humans, who hunted the dragons to extinction and clear-cut the western groves for their ships? Some allies they would make." Thalia's expression softened. "Not all humans are despoilers, Ilarian, just as not all who carry guardian blood manifest its power." The words were meant as comfort, but they cut deeper than she knew. Ilarian turned away, slipping into the depths of the forest where the ancient trees grew so tall and thick that light reached the ground only in dappled patterns. Here, far from pitying eyes, he could pretend he was what he should have been. A true guardian, charged with protecting the forest and its denizens, with the power to command the very elements themselves. The depths of Luminia were treacherous to those who didn't know its ways. Paths shifted with the phases of the moon. Streams changed course with the seasons. Carnivorous plants disguised themselves amid harmless flora. But Ilarion had spent a lifetime exploring these woods, learning their secrets as compensation for the magic he lacked. It was this knowledge that led him to the place where the forest floor suddenly gave way to a vast crater, its edges crumbling inward as if something massive had fallen from the sky. The impact was recent. Broken trees still leaked golden sap, and disturbed earth carried the scent of minerals long buried. At the center of the crater lay a creature out of legend, a dragon, not the fire breathers of human tales, but something far more extraordinary, a crystalline dragon, its scales refracting the meager light into rainbow patterns across the disturbed earth. Its body, nearly the size of an elven dwelling, appeared to be carved from a single massive gemstone, with facets that shifted between diamond clarity and sapphire depths. One wing lay at an unnatural angle, fractures visible along its translucent surface. The creature's eyes were closed, its breathing shallow. Ilarion's heart hammered against his ribs. Dragons had been hunted to extinction centuries ago, or so all believed. Yet here one lay, the most rare and magical of all their kind. The crystal dragons had been allies to the first guardians, legend said, partners in the creation of the veil itself. As if sensing his presence, the dragon's eyes flickered open, orbs of swirling opalescence that fixed upon him with ancient intelligence. Guardian, the dragon whispered directly into his mind, its mental voice carrying notes of pain and exhaustion. At last, I am no guardian, Ilarion replied aloud, approaching cautiously. The power never manifested in me. The dragon's gaze remained fixed upon him. Then why do I sense the echo of the old magic within you? Why did your presence call to me across the void between realms? Before Ilarion could answer, the dragon's head lifted sharply, its attention caught by something beyond the crater's edge. Darkness approaches. The Ashen One follows my trail. A chill swept through Ilarion that had nothing to do with the evening air. The Ashen One, a name from the darkest legends. A guardian who had fallen to corruption and been banished beyond the veil ages ago. Lord of Ashes, the stories named him, a being who sought to turn the vibrant forest to cinders. You're hurt, Ilarion said. I can bring healers. No time, the dragon interrupted. The choice must be made now. I am Crystalis, last of my kind. I have returned because the prophecy unfolds. The veil weakens, the seasons turn askew, the crown awaits its rightful bearer. The creature's mental voice grew urgent. I offer you the bond, young one. Whether your power sleeps or was never there, this may awaken what lies dormant within. What bond? Ilarion asked, though something deep within him already knew the answer. The soul merge. The joining that created the first guardians. Crystalis extended a crystalline talon toward him. But be warned, if there is truly no spark within you, the merge will fail, and I will perish. Choose quickly, for he approaches. As if to punctuate the dragon's warning, a cold wind swept through the crater, carrying the scent of ash and decay. The trees at the forest's edge began to blacken, their leaves shriveling and falling. Ilarion hesitated only a moment before placing his palm against the offered talon. I accept. Light exploded between them, blinding, painful, glorious. Ilarion felt his consciousness expand beyond the confines of his body, merging with something vast and ancient. Memories that were not his own cascaded through his mind, soaring above mountain peaks, traversing the stars, witnessing the birth of the forest itself. Knowledge flooded into him of elements and seasons, of the delicate balance that sustained all life. of the crown of seasons that controlled this balance and had been hidden away when the Ashen One first turned to darkness. When the light faded, Ilarion stood transformed. Crystalline scales shimmered beneath his skin, visible when he moved. His once white hair now rippled with colors that shifted like the facets of Crystalis's scales. The dragon too had changed, smaller now. The fractures in its wing healed, its coloration a perfect match to the patterns that now adorned Ilarion's skin. "We are one," Crystalis's voice echoed in his mind, clearer than before. The last guardian and the last dragon joined as in the first days. A slow hand clap interrupted the moment, each impact sending shivers through the trees surrounding the crater. How touching," came a voice like crackling flame. The runt of the guardian line, bonded with the last pathetic remnant of dragonkind. At the crater's edge stood a figure that resembled an elf only in basic outline. His body appeared composed of shifting ash, embers glowing where eyes should be. Where he stepped, plants withered and soil turned to cinders. "Morathil," Crystalis growled, the name resonating through Ilarion's consciousness, the true name of the being now known as the Lord of Ashes. "You remember," the ashen figure said, sounding pleased. "Then you'll also remember that I warned the Council their precious veil would eventually fail, that the balance required both light and shadow, growth and decay." His ember eyes fixed on Ilarion. "They cast me out for speaking truth, young one. Branded me corrupt for understanding nature's full cycle." Ilarion felt the dragon's memories confirm parts of this claim, yet reveal the greater deception. "You didn't just speak of balance," he countered. "You sought to accelerate decay, to turn the forest to ash, so you could reshape it in your image." "A necessary cleansing," Morathil replied with a dismissive gesture. "And now, after centuries beyond the veil, I return to complete what I began. The crown of seasons will be mine, and the cycle will begin anew. My cycle, my season eternal." Power gathered around the Ashen One, dark energies that pulled the vitality from everything nearby. The crater's edge began to crumble as plants died and turned to dust. Ilarion felt new power stirring within him, the guardian magic awakened by his bond with Crystalis. Instinctively, he raised his hands, and the elements answered his call. Water from deep beneath the earth burst upward in glistening fountains. Air swirled around him, carrying seeds and pollen in intricate patterns. Earth responded to his will, and even fire, controlled life-giving fire, danced at his fingertips. "So the runt has learned some tricks," Morathil sneered, though embers flared hotter in his eyes. "It changes nothing." "The prophecy is clear. Luminia will fall before it can be reborn." "You know only half the prophecy," Crystalis projected, the mental voice echoing loud enough that even Morathil paused. "The shadowed guardian shall return when the veil is thin, seeking the crown of balance to fulfill his dream. Destruction follows in his wake. The forest's doom seems sure, yet from the ashes of despair, a new hope shall emerge. The last guardian shall face a choice that determines all fates, to cling to what was, or embrace what might be." Understanding bloomed in Ilarion's mind as the bond shared ancient knowledge. The weakening of the veil wasn't simply Morathil's doing. It was the culmination of an age, a necessary ending before a new beginning. The crown of seasons wasn't meant to maintain the status quo eternally, but to guide the natural progression of cycles. "The crown isn't meant for either of us alone," Ilarion said, the revelation clear to him now. "It's meant to be shared, light and shadow, growth and decay, in proper balance." "Never!" Morathil snarled, gathering his power. "I did not wait centuries to share what should be mine alone. The battle that followed transformed the crater into a maelstrom of elemental forces. Morathil commanded fire and ash with terrible precision, centuries of hatred fueling his assault. Ilarion, newly awakened to his powers but guided by Crystalis's ancient wisdom, wielded the full spectrum of elements in harmonious combination. Their powers deadlocked, neither able to overcome the other. "This is the choice," Crystalis communicated urgently. "Not victory through destruction, but harmony through acceptance." Understanding what must be done, Ilarion ceased his attack and instead extended his hand toward Morathil. "The forest needs both of us," he called above the roar of clashing elements. Growth and decay, light and shadow, balanced as it was meant to be. For a moment, confusion replaced rage in the Ashen One's fiery gaze. "You would share power with me?" "After all I've done." "Not share power," Ilarion corrected. "Share responsibility. The Crown of Seasons was never meant to grant dominion, but to bestow guardianship." From the center of the crater, the earth parted to reveal an object unseen for centuries. A circlet formed of materials that changed with each passing moment, from spring flowers to summer fruits, autumn leaves to winter ice. The Crown of Seasons, responding to the presence of both aspects of guardianship. Morathil stared at the crown, then at Ilarion. Centuries of hatred warred with the truth he could no longer deny, that his exile had come not from his understanding of decay's necessity, but from his desire to control rather than guide. "If I refuse," he asked, though with less conviction, "then we both fail," Ilarion replied simply. Days and Luminia dies completely, with no rebirth to follow. Time seemed suspended as the Ashen One considered. Then, with deliberate slowness, he approached the crown. "Not dominion, but guardianship," he repeated, as if testing the concept. Perhaps that is wisdom after all." Together, they reached for the crown, not to wear it, but to restore it to its rightful place in the heart of the forest. As their hands touched the ancient artifact, a pulse of power radiated outward. The failing veil dissolved completely, but in its place, something new began to form, not a barrier, but a permeable boundary that would allow the necessary flow between realms while protecting against true threats. The forest of Luminia would change, as all things must. Some parts would fade, so others could flourish. The elves would need to adapt to a world less isolated than before, but in the balance between Ilarion's nurturing power and Morathil's necessary culling, a new and more resilient realm would emerge. As dawn broke over the transformed crater, now a garden of both vibrant life and elegant decay, Crystalis's voice echoed in Ilarion's mind with satisfaction and hope. The last guardian has become the first of a new age. The choice was made, not to preserve what was, but to embrace what could be. And throughout the forest, the elves awoke to a world transformed, more challenging perhaps, but also more alive than it had been in thousands of years. Story 3. Crimson light filtered through the stained glass windows of Ardentia's grand cathedral, casting blood-red patterns across Lyra Moonshadow's trembling hands. Between her fingers, barely visible to anyone but her, silver threads shimmered and twisted, the strands of fate that only she could see. The cathedral's vast chamber, with its soaring arches and incense-laden air, had fallen deathly silent. Only moments before, it had thundered with the chants of the Crimson Mages as they performed the rite of ascension for Emperor Drakkar. Now, as the Emperor's body convulsed on the obsidian altar, his skin splitting to reveal something dark and ancient pushing its way to the surface, Lyra knew what no one else did. This was not the intended ritual. The threads of destiny had been violently severed and rewoven into a pattern not meant to exist. "Say, the abyssal gate opens," proclaimed High Magus Vermilion, his face illuminated with manic fervor, palms dripping with self-spilled blood that pooled in arcane sigils at his feet. "Rise, beast of the void, bestow your power upon our emperor." The massive stained glass rose window behind the altar shattered inward as something pushed through from beyond. Something with too many limbs and eyes like dying stars. The cathedral filled with screams as nobility and servants alike scrambled toward the ornate doorways, now mysteriously sealed. Lyra didn't run. Instead, her fingers worked deftly, manipulating the silver threads only she could perceive. A forbidden talent, a heresy punishable by death in Ardentia, where blood magic reigned supreme and the Crimson Mages held both spiritual and temporal power. "There," she whispered, creating a subtle knot in the fabric of reality. The chamber's eastern wall shimmered momentarily, revealing a passage that shouldn't exist. Without hesitation, she slipped toward it, clutching the ancient tome hidden beneath her servant's robes, the Grimoire of Souls, which she had stolen from the Imperial Library just hours before, guided by dreams that had haunted her for weeks. As she reached the phantom doorway, a hand grasped her wrist. Lyra turned, silver dagger already drawn, to find herself staring into eyes the color of winter sky, eyes she recognized all too well. Prince Soren Drakkar, the Emperor's disinherited son and the realm's most infamous hunter of rogue magic users. "The grimoire doesn't belong to you, little thief," he said, his voice surprisingly soft for a man whose hands bore the scars of 100 battles. The silver circlet in his midnight hair marked his royal blood, though he had forsaken all other trappings of nobility. "Neither does it belong to them," Lyra countered, nodding toward the chaos behind him where the Emperor's transformation continued, tendrils of void matter erupting from his elongating form. For a moment, the prince's eyes flicked toward the horror his father was becoming. Something like pain, or perhaps resignation, crossed his features. "You know what that truly is, don't you?" Lyra pressed. "Not ascension, consumption." A tremor shook the cathedral, sending cascades of dust from the vaulted ceiling. The screams grew louder as the beast that had been Emperor Drakkar rose to its full height, towering over even the tallest of the Crimson Mages. We have perhaps 10 seconds before that creature senses the grimoire's presence," Soren said, releasing her wrist and drawing twin swords of strange, dark metal that seemed to drink in the light. "Make your doorway again, Fate Weaver." Surprise flickered across Lyra's face at the forbidden title, one known only in ancient texts. "You would flee with me. Why would the Emperor's hound help a heretic escape?" Soren's laugh was brittle as ice breaking. "My father's beast-binding rituals weren't limited to himself. Look closer at what I'm becoming, girl." For the first time, Lyra truly saw him, not just with her eyes, but with her rare gift. The threads of fate around him were unraveling, revealing glimpses of shadow beneath his skin, darkness seeping into the whites of his eyes. A curse, ancient and progressive, eating him alive from within. Understanding dawned. "Ani, you need the grimoire to break your curse, and you need someone who knows the shattered lands to reach the hidden sanctuary," he countered. "Now weave your door, or we both die here." Their unlikely alliance was sealed in that moment of mutual desperation. Lyra's fingers danced through silver strands, and the phantom door solidified once more. Together they slipped through, the passage sealing behind them just as an inhuman roar shook the foundations of the cathedral. They emerged into the rain-slicked streets of Ardentia's lower districts, where the spires of aristocratic mansions gave way to cramped tenements and market stalls. The city-state gleamed like a jewel even in darkness. Its buildings formed of red sandstone that captured the light of alchemical lamps. Steam hissed from vents in the cobblestone streets, carrying the scent of machinery and magic intertwined, Ardentia's famous techno-arcane innovations that had made it the most powerful of the 9 realms. "The city gates will be sealed within the hour," Soren said, pulling a cloak from his pack and tossing it to Lyra. "Cover your face and that hair." Silver marked a rare enough to be remembered. Lyra wrapped the cloak around her distinctive silver-streaked black hair. "I need to reach the sanctuary before the beast fully manifests in this realm. The grimoire speaks of a convergence." "Save your explanations for when we're beyond the reach of my father's guards," Soren interrupted, guiding her through a labyrinth of narrow alleys. "Right now, we need transport." They made their way to a secluded courtyard where a mechanical marvel awaited. A levitation skiff, its burnished copper hull inscribed with levitation runes that pulsed with soft blue light. Unlike the ornate leisure vessels of nobility, this craft was sleek and clearly built for speed. "Stolen?" Lyra asked, arching an eyebrow. "Appropriated," Soren corrected with the ghost of a smile. "From someone who no longer had need of it." The beast curse rippled beneath his skin as he spoke, causing a momentary spasm across his features. Lyra pretended not to notice, but her fingers instinctively sought the threads of fate surrounding him, gently straightening where they had begun to tangle. Soren gasped as the pain visibly receded. "What did you—" "Temporary relief," she said. "I cannot cure the curse, but I can delay its progress." For the first time, genuine emotion broke through his guarded expression, gratitude mingled with wonder. "In all my years hunting magic, I've never encountered a fate weaver. They were said to be extinct since the Sundering." "And they are," Lyra replied. "Save one. Now fly this vessel, hunter. The beast already stirs the threads of reality." As if to punctuate her words, a tremor ran through the city. In the distance, near the cathedral district, a pillar of unnatural darkness erupted skyward, devouring the stars as it spread. Their journey through the shattered lands was perilous beyond measure. Where once the continent of Etheria had been whole, now fragmented territories floated in a sea of perpetual storm clouds, connected only by treacherous skyways that shifted with magical tides. Ancient ruins poked through the mist, remnants of civilizations that had risen and fallen long before Ardentia's ascension to power. Lyra studied the grimoire during quiet moments, deciphering its cryptic language, while Soren piloted the skiff through dangerous aerial currents. The tome revealed fragments of forgotten history, how the Sundering had occurred when the first beast of the abyss was summoned, how the Fate Weavers had sacrificed themselves to banish it, and how the fragile barrier between worlds had been maintained through a delicate balance of power. Until now. "Your father didn't understand what he was doing," Lyra said, on the 7th night of their journey as they made camp on a floating island barely large enough to hold their skiff. Below them, lightning danced through the perpetual storm that concealed whatever remained of the surface world. He thought he was ascending to godhood. "My father understood perfectly well," Soren replied, his voice bitter as he stoked their small fire. "And then he sought the beast deliberately. The tales of transformation were well known in our family archives." The curse rippled beneath his skin again, and Lyra instinctively reached out, straightening the tangled threads around him. Their hands touched briefly in the firelight. "He inflicted the same curse upon you," she said softly. "Why?" Soren's gaze remained fixed on the flames. "To ensure my loyalty." A son who becomes a shadow beast has little choice but to serve a shadow emperor. His laugh was hollow. Instead, I fled and became a hunter of mages, seeking any who might cure me. And killing those who couldn't, Lyra added, her voice level. Yes. He met her eyes unflinchingly. I have much to atone for. Before Lyra could respond, a disturbance rippled through the air, a tearing sound that made her teeth ache. The threads of fate around them began to vibrate violently. He's found us, she whispered, clutching the grimoire to her chest. The air split open like a wound, and through it emerged creatures that defied description. Amalgamations of limbs and eyes and chitinous segments that moved with terrible purpose. Behind them loomed a larger presence, still partially obscured by the dimensional tear, the beast of the abyss, wearing the remnants of Emperor Draca's face like an ill-fitting mask. "Run!" Soren commanded, drawing his void steel blades. "I'll hold them!" "They'll tear you apart," Lyra protested. "The sanctuary is just beyond the next skyway," he said, the curse beneath his skin pulsing more violently now, responding to its master's proximity. "The world needs a fate weaver more than it needs another monster." Understanding the truth of his words, Lyra clutched the grimoire and raced toward the skiff. But at the last moment, she turned back, her fingers dancing through silver threads. With a complex motion, she created a knot unlike any she had attempted before, binding Soren's fate to her own, if only temporarily. "What have you done?" he gasped, as power surged through him. "I've given you a choice," she replied, before leaping into the skiff and launching it into the storm. The hidden sanctuary, when she finally reached it, was nothing like the grand temple she had imagined. Instead, it was a humble structure built into the side of a floating mountain, its stone walls covered with vines bearing luminescent flowers. Inside, ancient looms stood in silent rows, threads of silver and gold stretching between them in patterns too complex for ordinary minds to comprehend. The loom of destiny, the legendary creation of the first weavers. As Lyra stepped forward, the grimoire in her hands began to glow, responding to the presence of the artifacts it had been separated from for centuries. The knowledge within the book flowed into her mind like water, teaching her in moments what should have taken years to master. With trembling hands, she approached the central loom and began to work, her fingers following patterns ancient beyond reckoning. She wove protection against the beast, barriers to contain its power, pathways for healing the sundered world. And lastly, almost as an afterthought, she wove a thread of redemption for a cursed prince. Far away in Ardentia, the beast of the abyss howled in rage as its power was suddenly contained, bound by patterns it could neither see nor understand. The void rift slowly began to close, the creatures of the abyss retreating before the power of ancient magic reawakened. And on a floating island battlefield, a man who had been slowly becoming a monster found the darkness within him transformed into something unexpected, a power to be wielded in defense rather than destruction. When Soren eventually found his way to the hidden sanctuary weeks later, he discovered not the frightened girl who had fled, but a fate weaver in truth. A woman who had taken up the mantle of her forgotten ancestors and begun the long process of healing the shattered lands. "You look different," Lyra said, smiling as she looked up from her loom. "As do you," he replied, flexing fingers that now bore intricate silver markings, the sign of one who had been touched by fate itself. "The beast is contained, but not destroyed," she told him, returning to her weaving. "It will take generations to undo the damage of the sundering." Soren moved to stand beside her, watching the complex dance of her fingers among the threads of destiny. "Then it's fortunate you won't be working alone." In the loom before them, silver and shadow threads intertwined, creating patterns of possibility that stretched into futures yet to be determined, a tapestry of hope woven by the hands of those who had once been enemies and were now perhaps something more. Story 4. Blood-red petals drifted across the marble courtyard of Castle Ravencrest as Commander Morgana Corvinus stood vigil over Kingthorn's body. The monarch lay in state atop a bier of obsidian, his once powerful frame now still beneath a shroud of midnight silk. His crown, forged from dragon-scale silver and set with soul stones, rested upon his chest rather than his brow. The blood roses that bloomed only in death scattered their crimson harbingers across the white stone, carried by a wind that whispered secrets too terrible to comprehend. 7 days since the king's peaceful passing in his sleep, as the royal chancellor had proclaimed. 7 days of hushed corridors and sharpened daggers. Morgana knew better. The dagger wound hidden beneath royal robes told a different tale, one of betrayal and dark ambition. Already, ravens bearing the seals of the 5 great houses circled the kingdom of Osteria like carrion birds. House Draken with their fire mages and dragon-bonded warriors. House Nightshade with their poison masters and shadow assassins. House Ironheart with their mountain fortresses and golem legions. House Stormwind with their weather witches and griffin riders. And House Thornvale, distant kin to the king himself, with their blood magic and beast tamers. All of them hungered for the throne of bones, that ancient seat of power crafted from the remains of the 7 elder worms who had once ruled these lands. The throne that granted its rightful occupant dominion over the veil between life and death. "They gather like wolves at our gates," came a voice beside her. Captain Lysander, her most trusted lieutenant, joined her vigil. His armor, like hers, was forged of night steel, metal quenched in dragon's blood and etched with runes of protection. "And the true wolves move in shadow," Morgana replied, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword, a blade that had tasted the blood of 100 enemies of the crown. Her raven-black hair was pulled back in a severe braid, revealing a face both beautiful and battle-hardened. A scar ran from temple to jaw, a gift from an assassin who had failed to claim her life 5 winters past. "The council convenes at dusk to hear the claims," Lysander continued. "All 5 houses have sent their lords and champions, and their spies and assassins," Morgana added grimly, "double the guard. Trust no one wearing colors other than Ravencrest black." As the sun slipped behind the twisted spires of the castle, Morgana made her way to the king's private chambers. The guards crossed their halberds as she approached. "None shall pass, by order of Chancellor Vex," the guard on the left announced, his eyes not meeting hers. "I am the king's shield, bound by oath to protect his legacy," Morgana replied, her voice like tempered steel. "Stand aside." The guards exchanged glances before reluctantly parting their weapons. Inside the royal chambers, Morgana moved silently to the king's writing desk. She pressed a hidden mechanism beneath the carved dragon that adorned its side. A compartment slid open with the whisper of well-oiled gears. Inside lay a single parchment sealed with black wax, impressed with the image of a crowned skull. She broke the seal and read the contents, her face growing paler with each line. "My faithful shield. If you read this, I have fallen to the shadow that has haunted me these past months. What festers in our kingdom is not mere ambition, but ancient malice reborn. Calidus, the primordial necromancer, stirs in the blighted fens. He seeks what was denied him a millennium ago, dominion over both the living and the dead. The 5 houses are but puppets dancing on strings they cannot see. Trust not the Chancellor, for his soul belongs to darkness. Seek the twilight blade in the crypt of forgotten kings. Then find my son, hidden where mist meets mountain in the shepherd's care. A terrible price was demanded of me to keep Calidus at bay these 20 years. I could not pay it in full. Now the debt comes due. Only my true heir can set things right. Farewell, my loyal Morgana. The kingdom's fate rests in your hands. Thorn Ravencrest, 7th of his name. The parchment crumbled to dust as she finished reading, as if released from a spell that had preserved it. Morgana slipped from the chambers, her mind racing. The council would be gathering now, the great houses presenting their claims to the throne, but they were merely pawns in a larger game. Under cover of darkness, Morgana and Lysander descended into the depths beneath Castle Ravencrest. The ancient passageways were lit by foxfire sconces that cast an eerie blue glow upon walls carved with scenes of battles long forgotten. They passed chambers where artifacts of immense power lay sealed behind wards of binding. Deeper they went, into the bedrock of the mountain upon which the castle stood. At last, they reached the crypt of forgotten kings, where the remains of Osteria's earliest rulers lay entombed in sarcophagi of enchanted marble. At the center of the circular chamber stood a plinth of obsidian, and upon it rested a scabbard of midnight leather etched with silver runes. It was empty. "The blade is gone," Lysander whispered, his hand moving to his sword. "No," Morgana replied, approaching the plinth. "It was never here to begin with." She pressed her palm against the obsidian, whispering words in the ancient tongue. The stone rippled like water, and from its depths emerged a sword unlike any other, the twilight blade. Its edge seemed to both reflect and absorb light, as if it existed partially in this world and partially in another. The hilt was wrapped in leather made from the hide of some unknown beast, and set in the pommel was a gem that shimmered with the light of distant stars. As Morgana's fingers closed around the hilt, visions flooded her mind, glimpses of the veil between worlds thinning, of skeletal hands reaching through, of a figure in midnight robes commanding legions of the dead. And behind it all, the whisper of a name, Calidus. The blade accepted her, and she slid it into her own scabbard, concealing its unique appearance beneath her cloak. "Now we find the heir," she said. Their journey took them through lands ravaged by the growing conflict. Villages burned as forces loyal to different houses clashed in forests and fields. The roads were no longer safe, forcing them to travel by hidden paths known only to the royal guard. The mist mountains loomed on the horizon, their peaks perpetually shrouded in clouds that never dissipated. Here, in a valley hidden from casual observation, they found a humble shepherd's cottage. An old man met them at the door, his eyes widening at the sight of Morgana's armor. "The king sent me," she said simply. The old man nodded and beckoned them inside. There, tending the hearth fire, was a young man of perhaps 20 winters. He had King Thorn's eyes and jawline, but his mother's coloring, whoever she had been. "Rowan," the old man said, "these people have come for you." The young man looked up, confusion giving way to resignation. "So he's dead then? My father?" "You knew?" Morgana asked. "I've dreamed of ravens and bones these past 7 nights," Rowan replied. "And I've always known who I was, though we never spoke of it." As they prepared to depart, a shadow fell across the valley. The air grew cold and the mist thickened unnaturally. Morgana's hand went to the twilight blade, which hummed with energy at her touch. "He's found us," she whispered. The mist coalesced into humanoid shapes, soldiers long dead, yet walking still, their armor bearing the insignia of all 5 houses. And behind them, a figure in robes that seemed woven from the darkness between stars. Calidus. The son of Thorn, the necromancer's voice scraped across their minds like rusted metal. The final piece. What bargain did you strike with the king? Morgana demanded, drawing the twilight blade. It glowed with silver fire in the gathering darkness. A simple exchange, Calidus replied, his face hidden within the depths of his hood. His bloodline for his kingdom, one royal sacrifice every generation to keep the dead at bay. Thorn paid with his father, then his brothers, but he refused to sacrifice his hidden son, the last of his line. For that, he paid with his own life. But the debt remains. There will be no more sacrifices, Morgana declared, raising the blade. The battle that followed would be sung of for generations to come. The twilight blade cut through the veil that separated the dead from the living, severing Calidus's control over his undead army. Rowan, revealing a power inherited from his mysterious mother, commanded the very earth to rise against the necromancer. Yet Calidus was ancient and terrible in his might. With a gesture, he ripped open the ground beneath their feet, revealing a portal to the realm of the dead. Spirits poured forth, howling with the anguish of centuries. In that moment, Rowan understood what must be done. He seized the twilight blade from Morgana's grasp and plunged it not into Calidus, but into the throne of bones itself. For the necromancer had brought the ancient seat of power to this battlefield through fell magic, intending to claim it once Rowan was sacrificed. The throne shattered into 1,000 fragments, each shard dissolving into motes of light that spread across the battlefield. The spirits of the ancient dragons who had been bound to the throne were released at last, and their vengeance upon Calidus was terrible to behold. When dawn broke, the necromancer was no more. The 5 houses, freed from his subtle influence, looked upon the battlefield with horror at what they had nearly wrought, and Rowan stood among them, no longer a hidden heir but a king in truth, though one without a throne of bones to sit upon. "But perhaps that is for the best," he said to Morgana as they watched the sun rise over Osteria. "Some powers should remain beyond our grasp." Morgana nodded, the twilight blade once more at her side. "What will you do now, my king?" Rowan looked out over the kingdom that was now his. Heal what has been broken, unite what has been divided, and ensure that the dead rest peacefully in their graves where they belong. In the distance, dragons soared across the sky for the first time in a millennium, free at last from their ancient binding. Their shadows passed over Castle Ravencrest like a blessing, or perhaps a warning. Some said that Rowan Ravencrest eventually commissioned a new throne, one of living wood that flowered every spring. Others claimed that he ruled standing, refusing to sit upon any throne at all, but all agreed that under his reign, the kingdom of Osteria entered a golden age where the veil between life and death remained strong, and the only bones that concerned the living were those safely buried beneath the earth. Story 5. The sapphire glow of the eastern pillar flickered like a dying star. Orion Thorn watched in horror from the observatory's crystal dome as hairline fractures spread across its ancient surface, veins of darkness against luminous azure. No one had witnessed such a sight in 1,000 years of Ethereum's history. A pillar of the firmament, one of the 7 mystical columns that anchored their floating world above the endless sea of mist, was failing. "Impossible," he whispered, his breath fogging the enchanted glass. Below the observatory, the floating island of Celestia Major continued its serene orbit around the central spire, its citizens oblivious to the impending catastrophe. Gardens of sky-bloom flowers swayed in the high-altitude breeze, their petals catching the light of twin moons. crystalline towers sparkled like diamonds against the backdrop of sister islands connected by bridges of light and gossamer. The gravitational crystals embedded throughout the city hummed their constant song, maintaining the delicate balance that kept thousands of souls suspended above the impenetrable mist below. Orion's hands trembled as he made calculations in his alchemical journal. As the youngest master alchemist in the Academy of Ethereal Sciences, he understood the implications better than most. If one pillar failed, the harmonious balance of all seven would collapse. Entire territories would plummet into the abyss, millions would perish. The observatory door burst open. "Master Thorn," declared Captain Ironheart of the Etherian Guard, her armor glinting with embedded shards of gravitite. "By order of the High Council, you are under arrest for sabotage against the realm." Sabotage! Orion turned, bewildered. "The pillar is failing." "We must evacuate the eastern quadrant immediately. Your experimental tampering with the sacred equilibrium has been noted by the Council," she replied coldly. "Archimage Vortex himself has named you as the architect of this catastrophe." As guards moved to seize him, a sudden flash of silver light blinded the room. When vision returned, a woman stood between Orion and his would-be captors. Her cloak shimmered with constellations that moved as if alive, and a crescent diadem crowned her raven hair. "He speaks truth," she said, her voice resonant with authority. "The pillar fails not by his hand, but by ancient design and modern treachery." "Blasphemy!" cried the captain. "Who dares?" "I am Selene of the Astral Covenant," the woman announced. "O priestess of the seventh star and keeper of the celestial prophecies." She turned to Orion, eyes gleaming like distant nebulae. "Come, alchemist. Ethereum's fate awaits, and we have precious little time." Before Orion could respond, Selene grasped his wrist. The constellation patterns on her cloak swirled outward, enveloping them both in stardust. The guards lunged forward, too late. The world dissolved into spiraling light. They materialized on the deck of a ship, but unlike any vessel Orion had seen, it was crafted from silverwood and bounded by etheric currents, designed to sail not water, but the very air itself. Its sails caught invisible winds between the floating islands, and its hull was lined with pulsing gravitational crystals of the purest quality. "The celestial drifter," Selene explained, steadying Orion as he fought vertigo. "My sanctuary between the realms." Around them, a crew of peculiar individuals worked the ship's mechanisms. A burly man with skin like polished bronze adjusted crystal calibrations at the helm. A pair of twins, with hair the color of dawn, manipulated complex arrays of mirrors and lenses that seemed to capture and redirect starlight. A slender figure, with features too perfect to be human, observed from the crow's nest, eyes reflecting the light of distant constellations. "Why am I here?" Orion demanded, though his voice faltered as he glimpsed the eastern pillar through a gap in the clouds. The fractures had spread, consuming nearly a quarter of its surface. "Because you are the descendant of the first builders," Selene replied, "though you know it not. Your blood carries the memory of how the pillars were forged and how they may be restored." The ship banked sharply, diving beneath the established skyways toward the peripheral islands, wild, untamed territories that orbited chaotically at the edges of Ethereum's influence. "The Archimage knows this," she continued. "Why do you think he ensured you would be blamed?" "The ritual of renewal approaches, the millennial convergence, when the pillars must be recharged with Ethereum essence. Vortex plans to interrupt this cosmic alignment and channel the power not back into the pillars, but into himself." That's madness, Orion protested. Even if he could absorb such power, the pillars would collapse. All of Ethereum would fall. Not all, came a gravelly voice. The bronze-skinned helmsman had joined them. The central spire would remain, anchored by the convergence itself, one island for one god. That is Vortex's design. This is Captain Rook, Selene introduced. Once Admiral of the Royal Fleet, now branded pirate for speaking truths the Council refused to hear. As they conversed, the celestial drifter navigated the treacherous currents between established territories. Below them, the sea of mist churned, occasionally revealing glimpses of ancient structures, remnants of a civilization long lost beneath the vapors. Their journey took them through the Whispering Veil, a perpetual storm of luminous particles where vision extended no further than an arm's length. Creatures of living electricity danced around the ship's hull, drawn to its crystal engines. Through the Obsidian Archipelago they sailed, where islands of black glass rotated in perfect geometric patterns, defying the natural laws of gravitation. On the third day, disaster struck. The eastern pillar collapsed entirely, sending shockwaves through the ethereal currents. From their vantage point, they witnessed the terrible sight of the eastern quadrant, 3 major islands and 7 minor ones, slowly tilting, then plummeting into the abyss. Millions of lights, representing homes and lives, vanished into the hungry mist. "We're too late," Orion whispered, tears streaming down his face. "Not yet," Selene insisted. The failure of one pillar was inevitable, the first phase of the renewal cycle. But if Vortex corrupts the convergence, all will be lost. They pressed onward, now pursued by ships bearing the insignia of the Etherean Guard. Captain Rook's skill kept them ahead, but only just. Their destination finally appeared on the horizon, the legendary citadel of the first builders, a massive structure of impossible architecture that had not been glimpsed by mortal eyes in centuries. It floated in isolation, surrounded by a perpetual aurora of shifting colors and energies. As they approached, Rook pointed to a disturbing sight. The remaining 6 pillars, visible from this unique vantage point, were now connected by streams of energy flowing not into the pattern of renewal, but directly to the central spire, to Vortex. "The convergence has begun," Selene said grimly. "We have mere hours." They docked at the Citadel's ancient port, finding it both abandoned and perfectly preserved. Mechanisms of unknown design activated at their presence, as if expecting them. At the center of the citadel stood a chamber of pure crystal, its facets reflecting infinities within infinities. "The heart of Ethereum," Selene explained, "where the first builders harnessed the power of the stars to create our world." Inside the chamber, they found Archimage Vortex already waiting. His robes rippled with captured Ethereum essence, his eyes blazing with power already half divine. The last descendant arrives," he said, his voice echoing unnaturally. "How fitting that you should witness ascension." "You've doomed thousands already," Orion accused. "The eastern quadrant is gone." "A necessary sacrifice," Vortex replied coldly. "The old must fall for the new to rise. I will forge a better Ethereum, a perfect realm with a perfect god." The chamber trembled as the cosmic alignment intensified. Streams of pure creative force, the essence of reality itself, flowed through conduits in the chamber walls, gathering in a swirling nexus above a central dais. "Your blood, descendant!" Vortex commanded, extending a hand that crackled with power. The final component. Orion felt himself lifted, pulled toward the Archimage by inexorable force. But as he struggled, ancestral memories awakened within him. knowledge buried in his very essence. He recognized the patterns of the convergence, saw the flaws in Vortex's corrupted ritual. With sudden clarity, he reached out not to resist the pull, but to grasp the streams of energy themselves. His alchemist's training, combined with his heritage, allowed him to touch the raw forces of creation. Pain seared through every fiber of his being, but he held fast, redirecting the flow. "What are you doing?" Vortex howled, his perfect ascension disrupted. "What my ancestors intended." Orion gasped through gritted teeth. "Renewal, not theft." With Selene's help, channeling the knowledge of the astral covenant, Orion completed the true ritual, the energies rebalanced, flowing not to Vortex nor to any single vessel, but outward to all 6 remaining pillars. And from those pillars, a 7th stream emerged, coalescing into a new eastern pillar, restored and stronger than before. Vortex screamed as the power he had tried to claim rejected him, reducing him to ash in an instant. The chamber trembled one final time, then stabilized as the convergence completed its natural cycle. In the aftermath, as they stood upon the observation deck of the Citadel, they witnessed a miracle. The fallen islands of the Eastern Quadrant rose again from the Sea of Mist, reborn through the renewal ritual, their structures transformed but intact. Life would begin anew there, different perhaps, but preserved. "What happens now?" Orion asked, his hands still faintly glowing with residual energy. Selene smiled, the stars in her cloak twinkling like distant promises. "Now, last descendant, you take your place among the guardians of the firmament. The 1,000-year cycle is complete, but Ethereum will always need those who understand its heart." Below them, the floating islands of their world continued their eternal dance, balanced once more upon the 7 pillars that bridged the gap between earth and sky, mortality and wonder, ancient past and boundless future. In the distance, beyond the boundary of known territories, undiscovered islands awaited, new realms of possibility in the endless sky. Story 6. The ancient spires of Avaloria pierced the morning mist like fingers reaching for the heavens, their alabaster stone gleaming with arcane runes that had protected the realm for 1,000 years. Captain Lyra Stormheart stood upon the eastern watchtower, her silver armor catching the first light of dawn as she watched with growing dread as the magical barrier that encircled the kingdom flickered like a dying heartbeat. Where once the veil shimmered with an iridescent blue that stretched from the Cloudpiercer Mountains to the Whispering Sea, now only patches of fading magic remained, revealing glimpses of the untamed wilderness beyond. The barrier had never faltered before, not during the War of Whispers, not during the Crimson Plague, not even when the dragons that once served as guardians had vanished from the skies. "Captain!" The voice belonged to Merrick, her youngest scout, his face ashen as he climbed the spiral stairs. "The Queen requests your presence in the Hall of Celestial Mirrors, immediately." Lyra's hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of her sword. Stormcaller, a blade passed down through 7 generations of her family. The last time she had been summoned to the hall was when the dragons departed, leaving only cryptic prophecies and unanswered questions. "Tell Her Majesty I come with haste," she replied, casting one final glance at the failing barrier before descending the tower steps. The Hall of Celestial Mirrors was a marvel of Avalorian architecture, its domed ceiling embedded with thousands of enchanted glass fragments that reflected not the present, but glimpses of what might be. Queen Elindra waited beneath the center of the dome, her silver-streaked hair cascading over robes the color of midnight, adorned with constellations that seemed to move of their own accord. "And our time grows short, Lyra," the Queen said without preamble, her voice carrying the weight of one who had ruled for too long. The ancient spells woven by Avaloria's first king can no longer sustain the barrier. Without intervention, it will fail completely within a fortnight. Lyra knelt before her sovereign. "Command me, your majesty, and it shall be done. Rise." Queen Elindra gestured toward a pedestal where an ancient map lay unfurled, its edges crumbling with age. "The salvation of our realm lies not within these walls, but beyond them. You must seek the crown of the lost king." A hush fell over the hall. Even the whispering mirrors seemed to still. "The crown is no mere legend, Lyra," the queen continued, her fingers tracing invisible patterns above the map. "King Arundor did not perish in the cataclysm as our histories claim. He was transformed, and his crown, which holds the power to renew our barriers, was divided into 3 relics and hidden throughout the Forgotten Realms." "Why was I never told of this?" Lyra asked, struggling to mask her shock. "Because knowledge of the crown's existence was deemed too dangerous. The elemental lords who rebelled against Arundor still guard the relics, and they would see Avaloria fall rather than allow the king's power to be restored." The queen's eyes, which held the wisdom of decades, fixed upon Lyra with unwavering intensity. "You cannot undertake this quest alone. 3 companions await you in the antechamber, each chosen for abilities that will prove vital for your journey." As if summoned by the queen's words, the grand doors swung open to reveal 3 figures. The first was a man of wild appearance, his cloak made from living moss and vines, eyes gleaming with an almost feral intelligence. Beside him stood a woman of ethereal beauty, her unseeing eyes covered by a silken band embroidered with ancient symbols. The third was a tall, broad-shouldered warrior whose scarred face spoke of countless battles, his expression guarded beneath a mane of dark hair streaked with silver. "May I present Fenris Wildcaller, last of the Emerald Druids, Lady Elysia Truthseer, scholar of the Hidden College, and Dawn Shadowblade, mercenary of the Borderlands," the queen announced. Fenris bowed with surprising grace. "I speak the language of beasts and trees. The forgotten paths will reveal themselves to us. Though my eyes see not the physical world," Elysia added in a melodious voice, "I read the language of the ancient gods. The runes that guard the relics will yield their secrets to me." Dawn merely nodded, his voice a gravelled whisper. "I know the dangers that lurk beyond the barrier. My blade stands between you and certain death." Something about the mercenary's eyes, storm grey and haunted, gave Lyra pause. There was a familiarity there she couldn't place, like a half-remembered dream. "Time grows short," Queen Elindra interjected. "You must depart at first light. The eastern breach in the barrier will allow passage, but you must move swiftly. Every moment weakens our defenses." Dawn found the 4 companions at the kingdom's edge, where the once mighty barrier had thinned to little more than morning mist. Beyond lay the Shadowvale forest, its ancient trees twisted into unnatural shapes by centuries of wild magic. The first relic lies within the domain of Terravax, Lord of Earth, Elysia explained as they prepared to cross the threshold. "An emerald scepter that forms the crown's foundation. The forest path leads to the Hollow Mountains," Fenris added, his head tilted as if listening to voices only he could hear. "But beware, what sleeps beneath those peaks has not stirred since the cataclysm." Dawn unsheathed his blade, a curious weapon of dark metal that seemed to drink the morning light. "Words will not shield us from what awaits. Let us be done with this." With a final glance at the spires of her beloved Avaloria, Lyra led them through the barrier and into the unknown. The Shadowvale welcomed them with eerie silence. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, only the whisper of wind through leaves that seemed to follow their every movement. By midday, they had penetrated deep into the forest, guided by Fenris's uncanny ability to communicate with the ancient trees. They remember, the druid whispered as they paused to rest beside a stream of water so clear it appeared almost luminous. They remember the day King Arandor faced the elemental lords. The earth split, the skies wept fire, and magic itself was torn asunder. Lyra dipped her hand into the stream, surprised by its warmth. Why would the lords rebel against their king? It was Elysia who answered, her fingers tracing patterns in the air as if reading invisible text. Pride and fear. Arandor sought to bind all elemental magic to his crown, believing it would bring eternal peace. The lords saw only tyranny in his vision. And they were right to fear, Dawn interjected, his voice laced with an emotion Lyra couldn't quite identify. And no single being should wield such power. The mercenary's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Before Lyra could question him further, a tremor shook the ground beneath them. The stream's waters bubbled and frothed, rising into a column that twisted into the semblance of a face, ancient and terrible. Children of Avaloria, the water-formed visage hissed, you trespass in realms forbidden to your kind. Return to your dying kingdom and await its inevitable fall. Lyra drew Stormcaller, its blade catching the filtered sunlight. We seek the crown of the lost king by order of Queen Elindra. A sound like crashing waves echoed through the forest as the entity laughed. The queen sends lambs to the slaughter. Terravax sleeps beneath the hollow mountains, but his servants are ever vigilant. Seek the crown if you must, but know this. The truth of Arandor's fate will shatter your purpose as surely as the cataclysm shattered his realm. The watery apparition collapsed, leaving only ripples on the stream's surface. A herald of Aquarix, Lord of Water, Fenris murmured. They know we come. Dawn's expression darkened. We should turn back. Some secrets are best left buried. That is not our decision to make, Lyra countered, sheathing her sword. Avaloria's survival depends on recovering the crown. As the day waned, they reached the forest's edge. Before them rose the hollow mountains, massive peaks riddled with countless caves and tunnels, like a colossal honeycomb carved of stone. At their base stood a circle of monoliths, each taller than 10 men and inscribed with runes that pulsed with amber light. Elysia approached the nearest monolith, her fingertips hovering inches from its surface. These tell the true history of the cataclysm, she whispered. Not as written in Avaloria's chronicles, but as witnessed by the earth itself. The blind scholar began to translate, her voice taking on a resonant quality that seemed to echo from the stones themselves. When crown met corruption, the king became vessel, neither living nor dead but magic incarnate. 3 fragments scattered, 3 guardians appointed. What was sundered must never be restored. What does it mean? Lyra asked, a growing unease settling in her stomach. Dawn stepped forward, his hand outstretched toward the monolith. It means your queen has not told you everything, Captain. With a swift motion, he pressed his palm against the stone. The runes flared brilliantly, and suddenly the air around them shimmered with visions of the past, a majestic figure in royal regalia raising a gleaming crown above his head, lightning striking the crown, the king's body dissolving into pure energy, 3 lords dividing a shattered crown. Arandor was not a victim of the cataclysm, Dawn said quietly. He caused it. In his quest for absolute power, he sought to become one with the elemental forces themselves. The lords stopped him, not out of rebellion, but necessity. The visions faded, leaving only the faint glow of the runes. Lyra turned to face Dawn, Stormcaller halfway from its sheath. How could you possibly know this? Fenris and Alicia had already stepped back, their expressions grave. Because, Dawn replied, his features shifting subtly, years falling away to reveal a face that matched the king from the vision. I am Arendor. In the silence that followed, only the wind dared speak, carrying with it the weight of 1,000 years of secrets as the quest for the crown of the lost king took an unexpected turn that would alter the fate of Avaloria forever.